Right now, a beautiful night for baseball in downtown Cincinnati, and the crowd rolling into Great American Ballpark as this season-long 10-game homestand continues. The first of three with the Dodgers in town already for the second time this year. And hi again, everybody, alongside Chris Welsh. I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome, as always, to Reds Baseball on Fox Sports Ohio. The first time, Chris, these two teams met at the end of April, the Dodgers are playing okay. The Reds were not playing well at all, even though they won 2 of 3 against the Dodgers. But you go back to the beginning of May, and they've been 2 of the better clubs in all the National League.
Yeah, both these teams seem to catch fire, right out of the gates when it came to be the month of May. And take a look at the record. Since May 1st, the Dodgers have won 27 ball games, the Reds 24. So they're among the tops in the National League there. They've done it with offense. The Reds have had the best offense in the league for now more than a month, and they've done a lot of it. They've scored more than 5 runs a ball game. The Dodgers are still around, the league average right there. They've got a little better pitching staff overall, but of course they pitch in a ballpark that is much more conducive to low-scoring ball games than here at Great American.
Back in the Reds lineup tonight, as you know by now, is Brandon Phillips. He did not play 2 days ago, re-aggravating the injury he suffered a month ago against the Pirates. And basically, Chris, lack of a medical definition or medical term, he's got a knot in that hamstring.
Well, yeah, and that knot in that hamstring, it's such a big muscle. It's the back of your leg between your hips and down around your knee. And right where he was pounding it right there, that's where that knot is. And he's going to have to play with that. It's not the kind of thing that's going to disappear tomorrow. You can't give a magic injection or some ultrasound or rub some Pregame on it and have it go away. It's going to require constant attention, stretching, whirlpool, ice, everything. And Brandon Phillips told me today it still bothers him and bothers him a lot. Does it feel like it's going to blow out? He doesn't know that. But he wants to play every day. You're going to have to need a team of horses to get him out of the lineup right now. The way he's swinging the bat, he knows how important he is to this ball club, and this guy's gaming it out day in and day out.
Well, you can make a strong case right now that Brandon Phillips has been one of the best players in all of Major League Baseball for the last 3 weeks. A 15-game hitting streak going into play tonight. Aaron Harang on a pretty good roll right now. We'll talk more about that around the bend.
transmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
As always, our telecast of Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio, presented in beautiful high-definition television, courtesy of H.H. Gray. Weather a major factor in the greater Cincinnati area last night. What about tonight, Tim Hedrick?
You know, going to the game, I think you're dry. Coming home from the game, a better chance of thunderstorms. Scattered showers and thunderstorms probably developing in Cincinnati around that 11 o'clock hour. 83 to start the game, warm and muggy, 77 to end. Have a great ball game, everybody.
Tim, thank you very much. Aaron Harang perhaps has turned the corner. His first 4 starts, Chris, an ERA of up over 8. His last 9 starts, those are more Aaron Harang-like.
Well, that's what you're looking for when you see Aaron Harang out there. You know, he's the ace of the staff. He was the guy that started the opening day, and you need him to pitch like he has his last 9. Over his last 5, he's 3-0, with an earned run average about 2.5. So he's getting a little bit better and better. Home run balls have still hurt him. He's given up 11 or 12 of them on the year, but he's still a guy that you want to look to as the first game of a series. You want to love to see him out there. Now, here he is in his last start in the 7th inning. They needed him to go deep into the ball game, had bases loaded, and Freddie Garcia of the San Francisco Giants worked the count 3-2 until he hit a ball to right field, and that got him out of the inning. A 7-inning job for Aaron Harang. That's a good something to build on, and I think Aaron Harang will get better and better. I'm not saying he's going to pitch a shutout tonight, but you're going to see him get better and stronger throughout this season.
All right, Aaron makes his way in from the bullpen. Joe Torre's Dodgers in town. And they'll tee it up in the first of 3 when we come back. Brought to you by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. By Ford F-Series trucks and best-selling trucks 33 straight years. By Just for Men. For mustache and beard, keep your edge. And by Skyline Chili. You know it's Skyline time when you get that craving for a Skyline 3-layer cheese conies. Along the banks of the mighty Ohio, welcome inside Great American Ballpark. The Dodgers in town for the 2nd time this year. And their lineup brought to you by Remke Biggs. Rafael Furcal leads off at short. Matt Kemp in center. Andre Ethier healthy again in right. Manny Ramirez, the cleanup hitter, is in left field. James Loney at first. Casey Blake at third. A ladder third of the catcher Russell Martin. Blake DeWitt at second. And Hiroki Kurita is on the mound. Starting at 4, the Reds, an even 5-5 record, but much better of late is right-hander Aaron Harang.
Now the big guy from San Diego's got good control, and that's been his hallmark ever since he put on a Reds uniform. Never really a wild pitcher. Sometimes good control, too good control. Too much in the in the strike zone, and that's why the home runs have hurt him. But lately, I see some of his success coming from the fact that he has been changing speeds on his breaking ball. No longer trying to throw a sinker and slider. He's throwing more curveballs, slower breaking pitches, and more sliders, harder breaking pitches. So he's making it a little tougher for those hitters to guess with him.
See the 12 home runs surrendered by Harang in 76 2/3 innings, and the Dodgers really knocked him around his only game against him earlier this year. There's ball one high to for a call, and this game is underway. That was certainly a forgettable start back on April the 21st against his Dodger team for Aaron. 5 2/3 innings, gave up 10 hits, 7 runs, 6 earned.
You know, the interesting thing about that particular start, Tom, on April 21st, it was a matchup of the same two pitchers that are pitching tonight. Hiroki Kuroda pitched for the Dodgers that night, gave up 6 runs and got the win. Harang gave up 7 runs and got the loss.
Foul on a play by for a call. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The Reds beat the Dodgers 2 out of 3 when they were here earlier this summer. Boy, and those wins have been few and far between for the Reds against his Dodger team. You go back to 2006. The Dodgers have beaten the Reds 23 out of 29 games. 2-2 to for a call. Hammered down the right field line, and not a good way to get it started. For a call on his way to second base with a leadoff double. Take a look at the Reds on defense, presented by Ford. Gomes, Stubbs, and Bruce left, center, and right. Cabrera and Phillips up the middle. Roland and Votto on the corners. Harang and Ramon Hernandez, pitcher and catcher. Well, the Dodgers have made a late change to their lineup. Matt Kemp was originally in the starting lineup. And apparently just moments ago they made a major overhaul to this lineup. And now Russell Martin is batting in the 2 hole. I didn't hear anything about it. Did you?
No, this is the lineup that I had, though. Matt Kemp is still in the lineup. It's just that he's batting down the number 6 spot.
Wow. Okay, well, they made a change from the first one that came out earlier today. So it is Russell Martin batting in the 2 hole, and that certainly changes more than likely the makeup of this at bat in particular. With a runner at second base, Kemp would certainly not be trying to move the runner along with a ground ball to the right side. He'd be trying to knock him in. Martin might end up bunting the runner to third. Martin, a .260 batter, 4 home runs, 15 runs batted in. The Reds don't think he's bunting.
Yeah, I doubt that he would be bunting. You know, I think when visiting teams come in here, especially when it's hot, and the way that these two teams played in their last series, back in April 20th through 22nd, they scored 53 runs between them. So it was a real offensive series. I think that Joe Torre's figuring the same thing. 1 run in this ballpark doesn't mean much at all.
Martin, one of many Dodger batters on this team with great success in this ballpark. 2-1 the count on Russell Martin, and here it comes from Harang. It bounces up there, and a nice play by Hernandez to keep for call from advancing.
Yeah, it looks like right now that Aaron Harang just does not have that feel for that breaking ball. Sometimes you come out of the bullpen, you have a perfect release point. Other times it's a battle to try to figure it out. He hung a breaking ball to Rafael Furcal. That's what he hit for a double, and he nearly bounced one to the screen there. Got to figure out how to throw it.
And there's ball 4.
Well, you know, some pitchers get into a jam like this and you worry more than others. I mean, with Aaron Harang, the worry is that he's a kind of a fly ball pitcher. He does not have many ground ball double plays so far this year, so he's not as likely as, say, Mike Leake to turn over and get out of the inning with an easy double play ball here. So he's going to have to work, and he's right in the thick of this lineup to maybe one of the best hitters in the league.
Well, right now, Andre Ethier from a batting average standpoint, is the best hitter in the National League at .343, and with runners in scoring position, he's hitting .408. There's a swing and a foul ball out of play.
You know, I've always liked this guy as a hitter, and if you watch him from a pure baseball standpoint, he's got such great balance. You can see he's in a good athletic position when he's ready to hit. His weight are on the balls of his feet, not on his heels. He stays in balance, keeps his head still, and he does everything right.
2-1, nobody out in the Dodger first. And a fastball is high to even the count on Andre Ethier. The most recent All-Star balloting results for the National League were released this morning. And Andre Ethier is still manning the third spot among outfielders, trailing Milwaukee's Ryan Braun and Atlanta rookie Jason Hayward. I'm not sure Ethier, who has a very good eye at the plate, agreed with that strike call by Mike Winters.
Well, you know, Aaron Harang, believe it or not, is a little more effective up there where he just threw Ethier than down around the knees. His ball doesn't sink hardly at all, and he gets more little harmless pop-ups when he gets right around the letters. Ethier would rather drop the bat head and pick off something about thigh high.
1-2 to Ethier, and a lazy pop-up. Coming hard is Johnny Gomes, and he'll get to it. The runners retreat back to second and first for Colin Martin, and that's out number 1 for Aaron Harang. Well, he talked about success in this ballpark by Russell Martin. No one has been more dangerous in the history of this ballpark against the Reds from a batting average standpoint than Manny Ramirez. 34 hits and 82 career at-bats in this ballpark. That is a .415 average. And of the 34 hits, 10 of them have gone for home runs. Strike 1 to Ramirez.
Boy, you remember the George Brett bat incident in New York? How they claimed that he had doctored his bat, put pine tar up too high. Look where Manny Ramirez's bat has got some kind of substance on it. I don't know whether it's Manny Mota stickum, talcum powder, whatever it is, but it's way up the handle there.
Manny only batting .229 since returning from a disabled list roughly a month ago on May the 8th. He missed 14 games on the disabled list with a right calf strain. You may remember he injured that calf here in Cincinnati. And that one lined into right field, a base hit. So the beat goes on for Manny Ramirez and the Dodgers at Great American Ballpark and against Aaron Harang. An RBI single makes it 1-0 with Martin advancing first to third.
He looks like he's just waiting for something on the outer part of the plate, and you see that fastball coming back in just a little bit. He's committed himself to go the other way. He's not going to try to pull Harang because he didn't want to roll over on a breaking ball. But he gets a fastball about thigh high and a nice easy single to right field, plates a run.
Well, now you talk about picking your poison. We said Ramirez has the highest career batting average against the Reds of any player in baseball. Guess who's number 2? You got it. James Loney.
So what's the good news?
Just try and get him out. Loney, 77 at bats against the Reds, has 30 hits. That's a cool .390 average, and it's in there a strike. It really shouldn't come as a surprise. I mean, when you've beaten a team 23 out of 29 games, whether it be at Great American Ballpark or at Dodger Stadium, you're going to have a lot of guys with big-time numbers. Oh, and 2. Martin drew a walk after Furcal led off the game with a double. Martin goes to third on the run scoring single by Manny Ramirez. 2 on, 1 in, 1 out. And did he go? No, says Brian Rundle. Harang okays a sign with Ramon Hernandez, and now the 1-2 pitch on the way, and it's fouled off. The Dodgers come in 9 games over 500. They're only a half game behind the division leading San Diego Padres in the National League West, and the Giants are tied with the Dodgers. Colorado only 3.5 back. That figures to be a very tight race among those 4 teams the entire year. Two and two.
Trying to go to different parts of the zone and successive pitches right there. Threw a good 92-mile-an-hour fastball the previous pitch underneath James Loney's elbows, and he fouled him off to the left side, was late on it, then had him set up perfectly for a changeup, but Harang couldn't put it where he wanted to. Want to get something done on this pitch.
2-2 to Loney. And it's hammered down the right field line towards the corner, and that is a fair ball up against the wall. Martin will score on a double by Loney, and the Dodgers lead 2-0.
Now, right now, Aaron Harang has really turned himself into a one-pitch pitcher. He's unable to show the Dodgers that he can get his breaking ball over, hasn't been able to get his changeup over. So anytime it comes down to a clutch pitch, he's going to come in there with a fastball. Just like Manny Ramirez ripped it to right field, James Loney pulls this one to right field, and right down the line it goes. That must have kicked up some chalk because that was very close to being fouled.
Now Matt Kemp, who comes limping into this series, really struggling. And looks at a ball. Batting average has slipped all the way down to .265. He still has 11 home runs and 33 driven in.
Well, one way to get a guy out of a slump is to pitch behind of the count to him. Go ahead and get to a 2-0, 3-1 count, and those guys that seem to be slumping come right out of it in a hurry.
Well, you saw those numbers there a moment ago of what Kemp did the first 3-game series here this year. He hit 2 home runs and knocked in 5.
You know, when the Dodgers came in here in April, it was still only 3 weeks into the season, but they had about 6 or 7 players on their team. They were all hitting about 300. You look up at the Reds' averages, and everybody started off with a 1. They were all in the 100s. And boy, if times change, the Reds have 4 hitters that are in the 300s, 1 that's in the 290s. So they've been feeding off a lot of pitching lately, and the Dodgers have kind of held their own, but they're still not the bodacious hitting team that they were early in the year.
Still 1-2 to Matt Kemp.
Yeah, Kemp's swing has gotten big. You can see that. I mean, when a guy's really zoned in, he can wait a long time until that ball is in the hitting zone, kind of hit it right out of the catcher's mitt. But he was late on a fastball. Here he is way ahead on a changeup right there, and his swing's just got a little bit big on him right there. You try to make things as compact as possible when you're a hitting coach. But right now, it's not working for him.
In the air right center field, this will bring in another run. Caught by Bruce, tagging and scoring Ramirez. Here comes a throw to third, cut off. And it's 3-0 Dodgers on a sac fly run batted in for Matt Kemp. National League Western Division standings are brought to you by Honda. And there you get a look at the 4 teams separated by just 3.5. The top 3 teams separated by just a half a game. And everybody around baseball back in action tonight. Very abbreviated schedule last night. Toronto will play in San Diego. The Giants will be at home again against Baltimore. The Giants won last night and the Padres lost. And Colorado will play in Minnesota. Seventh Dodger to bat in this 3-run first inning as Casey Blake gets 1-1. Already a 31-pitch first inning for Harang. He's given up 3 runs and 3 hits. And now the count even on Blake at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Reds have seen lots of Casey Blake through the years, of course, for many of those seasons as a member of the Cleveland Indians, where he really established himself as an everyday major league player. Still 2-2, and then was traded away to the Dodgers, and he's become their regular third baseman.
He's a battler. I mean, he's one of these guys, kind of a throwback kind of a player, not bodacious numbers. He'll hit 260, 265 on the year, but he's got 7 home runs for him this year. He likes to pitch up, and in this ballpark, he's dangerous. Good spot right down there. You take most of his power away when you hit that low outside spot, because Casey Blake is not a guy that if you chart his home runs, you see very many of them hit opposite field.
Fouled away again, still 3-2 to Blake.
Yep. You know, when you call Casey Blake a grinder, I mean, one of the things you look at, and what do you do when it's tough to drive a run in? Score in position with 2 outs, so you can see him battling off some tough pitches right there to try to get a mistake out of the pitcher. Pretty good at bat.
Harang was ahead in the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes, and now walks him. Second walk of the inning, and here comes Brian Price.
You know, I think the only breaking ball that Aaron Harang has thrown for a strike in this inning has been the double that Rafael Furcal, the leadoff hitter, hit down the right field line for a double. So, you know, it's one of those struggles where you come out of the bullpen, you can't feel the breaking ball. You don't want to give in by, you know, throwing it down the middle. So you end up holding it too long. You bounce it. You hope your catcher's there. But in the meantime, he's just trying to stay stubborn enough with it to be able to get out of this inning, get a little bit of a rest, and come back and get him in the second. Hope your team puts a crooked number on the board. He's got to hope that this is going to be the same kind of game that he was in last time against the Dodgers, a high-scoring game. 20 runs scored that baby. Unfortunately, 14 of them by the Dodgers.
Now Blake DeWitt, he looks at a strike. DeWitt at 275 with a home run and 23 batted in. Of course, the Dodgers had Orlando Hudson manning second base last year, where he won another Gold Glove. Then Hudson left as a free agent, signing with Minnesota. The Twins residing atop the American League Central. 2.5 game bettors and Detroit going into play tonight. 0-2 to Blake DeWitt. Pitch number 40 in the first inning for Harang is a breaking ball down and in. One and two on DeWitt, and a bouncing ball foul. We'll do it again. Struck him out, and mercifully the first inning is over. Dodgers lead 3-0. raises $15,000 for prostate cancer research. And so far, 47 home runs have been hit in baseball, raising over $700,000. We invite you to make a pledge if you can. Call 1-800-798-2873 or go to www.pcfprostatecancerfoundation.org. Dusty Baker's starting lineup tonight, presented by Remke Biggs. It'll be Orlando Cabrera at short, Brandon Phillips back in there at second, Joey Votto at first. Scott Rowland again in the lineup. He had Sunday off. He's a cleanup hitter at third. Johnny in left and Jay Bruce in right. Bruce Stubbs in center. Ramon Hernandez catches. Aaron Haran. Hiroki Kuroda started the year 5-1. Now he's 5-4. The ERA is still pretty good.
Well, he's a veteran of the Japanese Professional League, and he was a very good pitcher over in Japan. Average stuff when you compare him to major leaguers, but he's got a good feel for pitching. He'll use all of his pitches, and he's got 4 or 5 of them. Lately, scouts are telling me that he's pitching inside a lot more. Pitching inside to right-handers with a kind of a running fastball, a two-seamer, and he's pitching inside to left-handers, a little cutter that comes right in on their hands. Overall, not a high strikeout pitcher, just a guy that is, around the strike zone, coming off a very good outing. Pitched 7 shutout innings his last time out against the Cardinals.
Orlando Cabrera, 261, 3 home runs, 27 runs batted in, and right when they stepped to the plate for the first time, the Reds forced to play catch-up, down 3-0. 1-1. Kuroda, 35 years old, in his 3rd season with the Dodgers. As Chris mentioned, he pitched 11 years in the Japan Central League with Hiroshima. And tonight is his 64th career major league start. And generally, the Dodgers win games when he pitches. There's a bouncer foul. In his last 23 starts, the team record is 16-7. His 2 prior starts from that last game that Chris mentioned in St. Louis, he gave up 4 runs in 6 innings against Atlanta. The start before that in Denver, 4 innings, 10 hits, 7 runs, 5 earned. That is a fair ball off the end of the bat and an easy play for Kuroda. 1 away. Take a look at the Dodgers on defense, presented by Ford. Kemp in center, Ramirez in left, Ethier in right. Loney, DeWitt for Paul, Blake first to third, Kuroda and Martin the batter. Well, Chris brought it up a short while ago. Kuroda didn't fool anybody the last time he pitched in his ballpark. 5 2/3 innings, 7 hits, 6 runs. Only 3 of the 6 were earned runs, however. He walked 2, fanned 4, and in 5 2/3 he threw 103 pitches.
And got the win. Some nights you're just living right.
Of course, the Dodgers did the Reds a huge favor 2 series ago out at Dodger Stadium. They swept the St. Louis Cardinals 3 consecutive games. But then they ran into the Angels, and the Angels swept the Dodgers.
Yeah, it's been kind of a swept type of a year for the Dodgers, a sweeping year anyway. They have 2 times swept the Arizona Diamondbacks. They have swept the Atlanta Braves in a 2-game series. And then they've been swept by some teams as well. At one time, this Dodger team went 12-1 during the month of May, and they were as hot as anybody around.
What a run it has been of late for Brandon Phillips. He's been the best player on the team for about the last 3 weeks. Even bothered with that cramp in his right hamstring. He takes outside. He has a 15-game hitting streak. 31 hits in his last 67 at-bats. That's a .463 average.
Yeah, he's locked in. I mean, just watching him take batting practice tonight, when it came to the home run round, he just didn't miss. I mean, he was just chipping them into the seats like it was a sand wedge he was hitting. Didn't matter, right field, left field. When you're locked in, you can do those kind of things, and that's one reason why, Brandon is so reluctant to take himself out of the lineup.
Gone swinging on a breaking ball is Phillips, and the first two retired in the Reds' first inning.
I don't know whether Hiroki Kuroda wanted this pitch up where it was. You see Russell Martin wanted it down, but boy, that's about waist high. 85-mile-an-hour little slider cutter just kind of moves right away from Brandon Phillips. It fooled him on the speed, and it also fooled him on the breaking away from him.
2 down, nobody on for Joey Votto. 13 home runs, 41 runs batted in. A .306 batter is Joey. And there's a base hit into left field. We showed you the numbers the other night. Votto statistically swinging at 42% of the first pitches in at-bats this year.
Well, that's coming out of the on-deck circle ready to swing the bat. A lot of times you'll get a first pitch fastball. And there are some people that don't want you to swing at the first pitch. I think, Tom, you've talked about Dave Duncan, who's made a statistical point to show that it doesn't make sense to go out and swing at the first pitch. But here Joey Votto's having pretty good success this year, batting over .300, a guy that loves to hit the first pitch.
Ball one is Scott Rowland, a .313 batter with 14 home runs and 45 runs batted in. Rowland 5th in the National League in batting. Brandon Phillips checks in right behind him in 6th. And here's a 1-0 to Scott Rowland. Quick throw down to first, and diving back safely is Votto. It's been a long time since the Reds had a couple of batters in the top 10 to finish a year. Have to go back to '95, the last time they were in the playoffs, when Barry Larkin finished 6th in the league that season, and Reggie Sanders finished 10th. Of course, that's at the end of the year. We're not even halfway through this one. Breaking ball in there, strike. Late call there by the home plate umpire, Mike Winters.
Yeah, it looks like he's a pitcher's umpire tonight, Winters is. I mean, he has given, it seems to me anyway, all those marginal pitches and, to the pitcher. As long as you call them both ways, you're gonna get guys swinging the bat. Don't get all fired up at home about that Fox tracks now.
Inning over.
We'll talk about that later.
A hit a man left. End of 1. 3-0 Dodgers. For serious injuries, call 1-800-OHIO. Take a look at the Reds. The good offense. Man, it doesn't get much better. The bullpen, some work to do.
Well, they're 13th in the league, the bullpen is right now. But, you know, they're in first place. I mean, if you had everything clicking on all cylinders right now, you wouldn't have anything to complain about. Talk shows wouldn't have anything to talk about. So right now, the bullpen is the whipping boy on the airwaves. And they've got a new guy out there, Jordan Smith, tonight. Making his major league debut. It used to be when they gave you 62, you had no chance of making the ball club in spring training. You were on the first boat back to Peoria, or wherever your AAA was.
Well, the pitcher has struck out on 3 pitches to begin the Dodgers' second inning. Of course, that would have been big news if Kuroda got a hit. He is now 0 for 22 as a batter this year. But he can bunt. He's done a good job in that category.
Too bad he only comes up once every 9.
Now back to the top of the order, and for a call, he started the 3-run first inning with a double down the right field line and scored the first run of the game. Strike 1. For those of you that may have missed the news during the pregame show, the Reds recalled from AA Carolina Jordan Smith and option back to Louisville, Nerio Del Rosario. Smith has never pitched at AAA, and that one is softly lined into left field. Another hit for a call. Boy, it's been a mighty good career for call. When he's healthy, he has just been a solid player for a long, long time, since breaking into the big leagues with Atlanta in the 2000 season. Signed as a free agent to go to the Dodgers in 2006. Missed a lot of time in 08. Came back to play 150 games last year. Stealing bases has always been a big part of his career. Closing in on 300 career stolen bases is for call.
Yeah, he was at one time maybe the most exciting player in the major leagues. I mean, he had plenty of power. He's got speed, as you mentioned, closing in on 300 bags. He's got a gun from shortstop, and you talk about a guy that would make it happen. I'm looking up the numbers right now, but it seems to me career-wise against the Reds, and it doesn't matter what uniform he wears. He just absolutely wears them out.
Breaking ball in there, strike, going to the count on Martin. One and two to Russell Martin. He walked and scored in the first inning. 3 runs, 4 hits for the Dodgers. No runs, 1 hit for the Reds. We're in the top of the second inning, and glad you're with us tonight. First of 3. Night game again tomorrow night, and then a day game to wrap up the series in the homestand. Double play ball here if they turn it quickly, which they do. So the Reds come to bat in the bottom of the second inning, trailing the Dodgers 3-0. Our Geico Direct quote from Scotty Rowland. Second place isn't the place you want to be at any point in the season. First place is where you want to be and where you want to stay. Enough said. Scott Rowland knows a thing or two about that. He's played a lot of baseball with his team sitting atop a division in his career. And you take a look at the Central Division standings. St. Louis beating Seattle last night. So the Cardinals 1 game back. Going into play tonight. The Cubs got to win Sunday night over the White Sox, their lone win in that 3-game weekend series at Wrigley Field, and they'll be hosting Oakland later tonight. St. Louis again will entertain Seattle. Reds down 3-0, batting in the second inning, and Johnny Gomes to lead it off. Johnny at 301, 9 home runs, 47 runs batted in. Here's a 2-2 to Johnny Gomes, and a breaking ball is swung on and fouled out of play.
Now, they've been trying to stay away from Gomes. As you see, the first 3 pitches in the at-bat, just trying to nibble away in an outside corner, knowing full well he loves the ball middle to middle in. And he got a pitch up that time and kind of fastened down that helmet one more time.
On swinging Johnny Gomes. That's 3 strikeouts of the first 5 batters in the game for Hiroki Kuroda.
Yeah, real interesting the way they went about going to get him. You see all the pitches that he went out. The only one he had a real good swing at was the one up here out of the strike zone. Finally got the strikeout on the one on the outside corner. Kuroda's a guy that has thrown a lot of pitches to the same spot, but different pitches. A fastball once, then a slider, then a changeup, but all to the same spot. So you can see, you know, a veteran of that Japanese Central League, Tom, you mentioned, he can pitch to a scatter report, as he's doing that tonight.
Breaking ball in there, strike. Even a count on Jay Bruce at 1-1. Jay a 272 batter, 9 home runs and 29 runs batted in. Rick Honeycutt to the left, the pitching coach under Joe Torre, and now Bruce behind at 1-2. Three strikeouts in a row for Kuroda. He has the first 2 retired in the end.
He has not thrown something straight yet.
Well, when the Reds get it done with an RBI this season, that means another $25 from Shakely for the Reds Community Fund. Shakely, it's done. Bruce Stubbs, a batter, takes down low for a ball. Threw a .238 hitter. 7 home runs and 31 runs batted in. Fly ball right field, easy for Ethier and easy for Kuroda in the second. Reds retired in order. Go to the third, 3-0 LA in front. Presented by the Ohio Lottery returns to Great American Ballpark June the 25th, 26th, and 27th. You can be right here. Get your tickets now at 513-381-REDS or visit Reds.com. Pleasure to be joined by one of our outstanding sponsors at Fox Sports Ohio of Reds baseball for a long time, Tony Moss, the co-founder, the CEO, president of JTM. Belated happy birthday yesterday, young man.
Well, thank you very much.
You look great.
I feel great.
Are you working at all? You're tan, you're slim, you're trim, you're fit. Are you ever showing up at work anymore?
We fit that in. We're doing pretty good these days. I get to play the golf a little bit there, so it's been fun.
Well, you guys, you're doing great. I mean, I think everybody who is from Cincinnati or greater Cincinnati, I mean, they know all about the history, but your 30th anniversary this year, going all the way back to what Moss Brothers and Moss Meats in the 60s and 70s.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
Did you ever think it would turn into
No,
this?
still don't. Still don't. You know, so we're actually celebrating our 30th anniversary, but in reality, it's 50 years.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because we had the butcher shop for the first 20 years in the 60s and the 70s. You know, so.
How do you make a decision? And, I mean, I always find this stuff so interesting when you have a successful, for lack of a better term, but it is what it was, a mom-and-pop shop, right?
Absolutely.
Family shop.
Yeah.
How do you make a decision? What prompts you then to make the decision that we're going to turn this something into not just a little bit bigger, but a lot bigger?
Well, I don't know if we made quite that decision. I would say that reality is that everything we've done is kind of just really been by God's hand. I really would tell you that. The reason we started JTM was the reality is that all of us in the family couldn't make a living out of the back room of a butcher shop.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't really any more complicated than that, you know. And, you know, thank God for my grandparents and my parents. Got a strikeout there.
Got a strikeout, absolutely.
You know, just that hard work, that and their dedication to family. You know, that's really been our inspiration our entire life. And so we just took some of the products that we sold at the butcher shop and decided we'll get a federal license on selling our product, renovate one of our old places, and start peddling to the streets, to restaurants.
And now you're talking about revenue. And, of course, you got to pay the bills, but at least revenue upwards of, what, $100 million in 2010?
$100 million. Yeah, it's incredible to think that we're now national, somewhat international. We sell all 50 states. We got different sections of our business. The most growing part of our business is the school business. So we sell every state, even Alaska, Hawaii. It's really it's phenomenal. We really have a national presence as a provider to the school lunch program in states.
How many employees now?
350.
Wow. Congratulations.
Well, thank you. It is absolutely it's a blessing, to say the least.
1-2 to count on Manny Ramirez. 1 out in the inning. Reds are trailing 3-0. We're fortunate to be joined by Tony Moss, a co-owner, president, and CEO of JTM. That went a little bit low, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Struck him out again. You show up and all of a sudden he gets hurt and strike.
There you go. You know, I could do this too. You know.
You know, the other thing you guys, Tony, have done, and obviously based on, you know, your faith and the community and all the things that you talk about and live every single day, all that you've done to give back to the greater Cincinnati community. I mean, it's been amazing through the years, all the charity work you guys have been involved in. What's the one thing, is there any one thing that really hits particular home for you out of all the stuff you're doing?
Yeah, you know, we would say anything that is pro-family, pro-life. Those are the issues, I believe, that are the backbone of our faith and backbone of our country, you know, to really build up an esteemed marriage, esteemed family life. You know, I think esteemed life in general, the sanctity of life. If you do those things, you'll solve a lot of the problems of this world. You know, I really do believe that can be built up and strengthened the way that God's order would be, that you really would see poverty, crime, homelessness, all the terrible things that go on really improve in dramatic fashion, you know. So that's probably the single biggest issue, and being blessed with just having a great family. having the grandparents I had, having the parents I have, my brothers and sisters, and it's just I'm just a lucky one, you know. So with that happening in my own life, I think we're proof positive of what a strong family can do. You take care of your own, you know.
Well, tell everybody we said hello. How many generations have worked now in the family?
Well, there you go. We're now on our third generation. We've got 6 of them in the business, working and doing very well, and 2 of them actually got 2 grandchildren as well now. So
good for you.
So I got one coming on Sunday, but
do you really?
Yeah, and my sister Louie's boy Timmy had a little daughter about 2-3 years ago. So.
Well, thoughts and prayers on a happy, healthy delivery this coming weekend.
You got it, man.
Absolutely.
Well, God bless you all. I appreciate it, and it's no doubt that the Cincinnati Reds and everything we've done here has been a big part of our success. Being part of this community and being part of the sporting world here is just something that, you know, it's truly who we are. We just love it, and the Reds really with your dad and Nuxie back in the early 80s, and Bob Trumpy, Chris Collinsworth, all that type. It's just no advertising agency, none of that stuff. Just that's just what we like to do, and that's why we started it, and it kind of worked out really well.
When are those Chris Welsh crying commercials coming?
I know it. That was really famous, man. Thank you again. God bless.
Great to see you, Tony. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for everything with Fox Sports Ohio and the Reds.
You got it.
We greatly appreciate it. We're honored to have you guys with us. Tony Moss, kind enough to stop by and say hello from JTM, and a good inning for Aaron Harang.
Stand by.
1 out in the inning.
7, stand by.
And I'm looking at you like, that's what I said. 22 to Manny Rivera. Well, you know the drill, folks. If a Reds player hits one of the Toyota signs out in left or right center during our game, Derek Broyles from Hebron, Kentucky, will win this beautiful new Toyota Tundra on display every day at Great American Ballpark, and you can register for your chance to win at an upcoming game. Just stop by your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealer. And Derek Broyles, good luck. Now, things beginning to get very, very dark. Looking into the western part of Cincinnati and Kentucky. You heard Tim Hedrick. He told us we'd probably be okay until after the game. But maybe that storm is moving a little bit more rapidly than we originally were led to believe. In fact, they've been in a rain delay quite some time in Chicago. Don't know if this storm is the same one that was affecting the greater Chicago area most of the day today. I know in western Illinois yesterday they had a terrible storm, and that was not the one that hit us very, very late last night. Reds down 3-0. Ramon Hernandez, Aaron Harang, and then Orlando Cabrera against Hiroki Kuroda. The Reds have 1 hit. Kuroda's fanned 4 and walked none. 3-2 on Ramon. Were you affected much by that storm last night? Man, that was ugly.
They had a lot of rain. You know, that northern Kentucky area has been getting more rain, I think, than anybody else, although I'm sure there's some people out in the Mount Healthy area that would like to contest that. There are a lot of flooded basements everywhere now, and it just keeps coming.
And so do the strikeouts for Kuroda.
That's 5 of them now for Hiroki Kuroda. And I said at the very onset, he's not a high strikeout pitcher. He has had a game so far this year where he has struck out as many as 9 batters. Struck out 6 in his last time out. That was a 7-inning shutout performance against the Cardinals. This guy loves to pitch against the Central Division. He is 3-0 against the Central.
Orang, a 2-hopper, and Blake DeWitt plays a high hop there on the second bounce. And just like that, 2 are gone. Well, you can chat with Hall of Fame baseball writer Hal McCoy right now on FoxSportsOhio.com, and that's presented by 1-800-SAFE-AUTO. Hal McCoy standing by waiting to hear from you right now. Orlando Cabrera, a roller back to Kuroda, leading off the Reds' first inning. Dodgers got all 3 of their runs in the first inning tonight off Aaron Harang. Right from the get-go, there was trouble. A double by Furcal, a walk to Martin, 1 out later, a run-scoring single by Ramirez, RBI double by Loney, sac fly RBI from Matt Kemp. 8 Dodgers came to the plate in that first inning.
Right now, Kuroda is just painting the outside corners. I mean, when he wants to go outside, he is right on the black. Fastballs that dart, little cutters that come away from you.
Kuroda just didn't have it the last time he pitched here. And not just the numbers of the runs he gave up, but all the pitches that he threw. He's been a guy who has had not good control. He has had great control from his days in Japan and ever since coming to the United States. But that particular day, the Reds batters were extremely patient. Thus, the 103 pitches in just 5 2/3 innings in that game. 3-2 on Cabrera.
Well, the difference for Kuroda this year, and he's always been a guy that has kept the ball in the ballpark. He only gave up 12 home runs all of last year. He pitched in 20 ball games as a starter. He's given up 7 already this year.
There's ball 4 to Cabrera, and he takes the first walk of the game issued by Kuroda.
So maybe the Reds can center a couple and play a little long ball themselves tonight.
Now Brandon Phillips, he struck out his first time up. Look at some of the major statistical categories in Major League Baseball and the National League in particular. Brandon Phillips, second in the league in hits, second only to Martin Prado of the Atlanta Braves. He leads the National League in runs scored and has the 5th most doubles among all National Leaguers. He is stringing together just an outstanding year. Not the power numbers, not the RBI numbers that he had the last couple of years. Of course, he's batting in the 2-hole now. And not that cleanup spot. That's the same pitch that struck him out back in the first inning. Brandon now 10 stolen bases. He and Carl Crawford of Tampa Bay, the only players in all of baseball with 10 or more steals, 15 or more doubles, and scoring 45 or more runs. And you saw those numbers in both May and June.
Now, the thing that has impressed me so much about Brandon Phillips is that he's taken to heart being that number 2 hitter. I mean, he's changed his approach. You still see him take some big swings early in the count, trying to launch the ball out of here. But he's a guy that when he gets 2 strikes on him, he spreads his stance a little bit, keeps his hands a little closer to his body, protects the plate, and he gets on base so much more. His on-base percentage here in the month of June is over .450. That means every other time you turn around, you're on base. And that's what you need when you're the number 2 spot. You get on for those number 3, 4, and 5 hitters. And that's why Johnny Gomes has got 47 runs batted in, because I'm not sure how many times he's driven in Phillips, but you got to get those guys on base to have those kind of ribbies.
Well, all 3 of those guys batting behind him have 40 or more runs batted in. Votto, Rolen, and Gomes. Runner goes, and it's in the air straight away center field, which will end the inning. A man left, end of 3. Dodgers 3, and the Reds nothing. Toyota dealer where you can register to win the Tundra at Great American Ballpark. By JTM Food Family Fun, JTM. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. And by GMC, we are professional grade. Ah, yes, serving it up. All over Great American Ballpark tonight. And many of the fans have been instructed to make their way to the concourse area as the skies grow ever more threatening, literally by the minute. Dodgers lead 3-0 as they come to bat against Aaron Harang in the 4th inning. Harang has been very good the last 2 innings. He's allowed only 1 hit and struck out 4. But he had major problems in the first, giving up 3 runs on 3 hits and 2 walks.
You know, sometimes for a starting pitcher, it's a matter of survival in the first inning until you get your rhythm, until you get your feel of your breaking pitch. Sometimes you just try to get out there and just get through the first inning. And for Aaron Harang, it took him 40-plus pitches to do, and he was obviously off with his breaking ball, didn't have a good feel of his release point, struggled with it, but he's come back and thrown the ball pretty well here. Struck out the last 3 batters he's faced.
And on a 2-2 pitch, Kemp singles into right field. Let's sneak in our AT&T trivia question for tonight. Who is the last Reds player to play in every game in a season?
All right, so go through your list of gamers. You know, guys that are durable, love to play, may not be a superstar. You have to throw out any 40-year-olds who may be on your list because they're obviously going to get some time off.
Well, I'll tell you who is a guy that, you know, I don't know if Reds fans would say the guy's a gamer, but I'll tell you one guy, man, who never missed much baseball was Adam Dunn.
You're right.
Adam Dunn played a lot of baseball.
Yes, he did.
Every year.
He's still playing a lot of baseball, playing every day out in Washington right now, and having a great year doing it.
Chris, I mean, you have to marvel, and you were a guy obviously that pitched every 4 or 5 days, but I think it's almost indescribable what it takes for a player. You need a lot of good luck.
Yeah.
I mean, thank God you don't get hurt, and I don't mean just hurt like you're going to be out. Obviously, that takes you out of the mix to get anywhere near playing a full season. But I mean, you've got to stay away from the major scrapes and bumps and bruises. You know, hammer the ball off your foot at the plate. All of a sudden it blows up the size of a beach ball. That one thrown behind Casey Blake. And that'll be a wild pitch advancing Kemp on to second base. It is extraordinary for a guy to play in every day.
You know, you're the little things, like you say, the balls that go off your foot. That ball nearly hit the bat right there at Casey Blake. That would have been the only saving grace of a wild pitch that bad. That was another attempted breaking ball. I mean, Harang's still struggling to try to get the grip on that thing. So eliminate a catcher. Probably eliminate a center fielder. So now you're down to first baseman. You go over the years of the Reds' first basemen that may have played every day.
Sean Casey. He played a lot of games.
He did play a lot of games. Second baseman, Brett Boone, that kind of player.
Tapper down at third. Rowland will look to run her back. Throw out Blake. Staying put at second as Kemp, one away in the inning. So you're going to take a stab at it? I'm going to give you a hint.
All right.
Because I've just been told the answer. Okay, because, I mean, I'll be the first to admit I have no chance of getting this answer.
I mean,
right.
This is kind of a guess. It's a guess question anyway. How far back do we have to go?
You mentioned a guy. Because there's another pitch going on.
And that's another breaking ball. I mean, he's got no clue right now where that breaking ball is going. And that's a bad feeling as a pitcher, to go out there knowing you've got one bullet in your gun, and that's a fastball, and that's it. That's a changeup, and he's bounced about 3 or 4 of those in the dirt. Well, you talk about getting a workout. Ramon Hernandez is the guy getting the workout tonight.
So now the runner stands at third after a leadoff single. And a pair of wild pitches have gotten him there. Blake DeWitt struck out his first time up. Infield comes in. Reds already trailing 3-0. And that one hits DeWitt.
Another breaking ball. That one a little cutter slider.
That may not be the worst thing in the world for Harang. With Kuroda coming up. They take a little wild pitches. Only Edwin Jackson of Arizona has more of them this season than Aaron Harang. Told you earlier, Kuroda does not have a hit this season. He struck out his first time up on 3 pitches. And there's strike one.
He's got happy feet in the batter's box. Check how he starts backing away from the plate as the pitch is underway.
Squares around a bunt. And I guess he pulled the bat away.
Yeah, but where was the pitch? Looked pretty doggone good, didn't it?
Sure did.
Our Fox tracks liked it.
And again, it doesn't miss by much. We told you Kuroda is a good bunter. He has 6 sacrifices this year.
Yeah, but, you know, this is where you've got the infielders charging hard. As a pitcher, you've got to throw a hard strike right there. And I know that, you know, he wants to throw these pitches down the zone. I still like that high fastball. If you've got the kind of gas that Aaron Harang can throw, 92, 93, up around the letters, you fire it up in that zone right there, high and in, and let's see him put the ball down on the ground there.
Well, he swings away, and this could be a double play. There's one, there's 2.
How about that? Just what the doctor ordered, Dr. Cabrera.
Great value this season. It is a great value. You can check concession stands around the ballpark. It's called the Kroger Meal Deal. You get a full-size adult hot dog, a 16-ounce Coke, and during this homestand, a bag of Cheez-Its, all for just $7. The Kroger Meal Deal. Reds coming to bat last of the 4th inning as the skies continue to grow darker and darker and darker. Not just because it's closing in on nighttime. We've already seen flashes of lightning around the area, heard the rumble of thunder, but no rain. Reds down 3-0. You almost wonder if there's a fellow named Vladimir Spunt who has something to do with this weather going on right now. If you have not heard this story, it is one of the most extraordinary stories I have read in a long time. And you're saying, who in the world is Vladimir Spunt?
Could only come out of Hollywood, right?
71 years old, one of the most curious figures to emerge in the Dodger drama of the very sad, and I'm not making light of the divorce going on between Frank and Jamie McCourt, the owners of the Dodgers. But a lot of things continue to leak out about what's going on, and the financial status of the organization, who's on the payroll, where's the money going, all those kinds of things. Well, this gentleman is 71 years old, has lived most of his life in Russia. He has 3 degrees in physics and a letter of reference from a Nobel Prize winner. He knows next to nothing about baseball. But the Dodgers hired him for the last number of years to help the team win by sending positive energy over great distances. There's a swing and a miss by Joey Votto. He says he is a scientist and a healer, not a magician. In the 5 years he's worked for the Dodgers, he has attended 1 game. But he watches them on his television more than 3,000 miles away from Dodger Stadium. And according to all reports, channels his thoughts towards the team's success. This story was written in the LA Times 5 days ago.
Now, he's very upset that his identity has been leaked out. He wanted to be completely anonymous. Of course, he won't even tell anybody where he lives, but he lives in Boston, and he sends positive vibes through his television set to the West Coast, and they believe that he's helped them between 10 and 15%, or at least that's what he says. I know one thing happened. His good vibes got detoured here as it crossed the Midwestern United States, went right into Terrace Park, and forced you today to wear a Dodger blue tie to the ballpark.
That's exactly right.
So maybe that's the only positive vibes that he has sent the Dodgers. Manny's got a base hit. Do you think Manny believes in it?
Off the end of the bat into left center field. This will be the second out of the inning. Now, for those of you who might start to laugh, and believe me, I would be one of them, but it should be noted, the Dodgers the last 2 years have played in the National League Championship Series. That's just for the record, and that is a statement of fact. Whether he has anything to do with it or not, I have absolutely no idea.
They're paying him 6 figures.
That was in the LA Times. Swung on and fouled out of play by Johnny Gomes.
I think the most interesting part of it, of course, the McCourts are the owners that are going through a divorce, and there's actually a website dedicated to the grim details of the divorce called DodgerDivorce.com, and this story appeared there first. But now Jamie McCourt and her husband Frank both deny hiring him. They both say, no, that my spouse did it. So we haven't gotten to the bottom of it yet, but the positive vibes worked that inning for Hiroki Kuroda.
Well, they've been working all night for Hiroki. He has struck out 7 in 4 innings. This was Christian Roberts' idea, our producer. This was the only thing that didn't go right for the Reds in that 95 National League Division Series. They swept the Dodgers. That was Eric Karros hitting a home run.
Off your good buddy, the Cowboy Jeff Brantley. Now, why would they pick, of all the tape that they had of that particular series, why would they pick on the Cowboy like that?
I have no idea. That's what I asked Christian Roberts when he told me what we were doing. And Cowboy can't believe it either. I mean, all the big outs that guy got that year. Are you kidding me? He was a Fireman of the Year that year.
That was a year, wasn't it? Yeah. He had a great year, an all-star. And you pick a home run ball.
Boy. Cowboys not going to be happy
Cowboy.
with Christian.
Talk to Christian Roberts, Cowboy.
Dodgers lead 3-0 as they bat here in the 5th inning. Orang got out of a big-time jam in the 4th. Runners on the corners and got a double play ball to win the inning. And for a call again. A perfect 3 for 3 tonight. All right. Let's give Cowboy a little love now. This is the final out of that division series. That was the first year they ever played the division series. And Jeff Brantley nails down the final out, a 3-game sweep for the Reds. And on they went to take on the Atlanta Braves. Very nice. He would drop a big old yeser. He had 28 saves that year. In fact, Brantley closed out all 3 Reds victories during that National League Division Series. Ball 1 to Russell Martin. Martin has walked, scored, and bounced into a double play. For a call aboard to start the LA 5th. One and one. Well, still no rain, but man, the entire upper deck was nearly filled here tonight. And they advised the fans up there, oh, what, an inning and a half ago, to get out of the upper deck and find shelter. And now not a soul in either the top, well, 2 decks down at third baseline, the upper deck in both.
I think they've asked people to leave and forced them to get out of those decks. They thought that the conditions might be prime for tornado.
Well, I guess what, 1 or 2 funnel clouds were spotted last night. One down in Kentucky, the other up around Finneytown.
That's more like it.
Two and two the count on Martin. Let's see if Recall's running on this pitch. No. Jam shot, fly ball that'll hang up long enough for Stubbs to run it down. Boy, that ball carried a long way, and it looked like it got in on Russell Martin a little bit. One away in the inning. Chris, I didn't follow up and give you that clue about our trivia. You said a very, very close.
Brett Boone?
Yep, close. Think close to him. Who was the closest player he ever played with to him?
I would say his brother Aaron Boone.
There you go. Ding, ding, ding.
How about that?
You're on your game tonight, big fella.
I believe that. You talk about a gamer, Aaron Boone definitely falls into that category. They both did. Aaron Boone, kind of a throwback. He used to sit. I wonder, after those 162 games he played that year, how many times he sat around after the game in the clubhouse and just wanted to talk about the game, the situations, the players, what players looked good to him, what pitchers had good stuff, how guys worked it. I mean, just wanted to talk and talk and talk baseball.
You know, we were talking about Adam Dunn. He had 3 years in a row there where he played at least 160 games.
Wow.
Andre Ethier for 2. His fly to left struck out. 1-0 the count. Swing and a miss. There's a better breaking ball there by
maybe the best one he's thrown. That's a changeup right there, it looked like. You know, when Aaron Orang pitched his last game out, it was a very good game because that's a curveball, not a changeup. Came right over the top and dropped straight down for him. but he was effective by changing speeds on his breaking ball through some slow curves like that and some harder sliders.
They play hit and run, and you can't do it any better than that. Ethier dribbles one through the right side, and on to third base goes for Cole. So they're on the corners with one out, and here comes again Manny Ramirez.
This ball in the hole, but watch Brandon Phillips on this. You can see him not really pull up lame. He's not going to get to it anyway, but you can tell by watching Brandon Phillips that he's just not 100% with his legs. For Callis, he goes to third, and he's been on base every time he's come up tonight.
And what rain has started is blowing sideways.
Yeah, Andre Ethier is looking around for maybe for Annie M.
Those flags have gone from about 5 or 10 miles an hour up to about 30 miles an hour. I mean, in a drop of a hat. And immediately Jerry Lane, the crew chief, says, get the grounds crew out here. We're putting this baby on hold for a while.
Well, if they don't get it on before the storm hits, sometimes the wind will blow so hard that they won't be able to get that tarp on at all. So this is a real team effort for the Reds grounds crew tonight. You get the smaller tarps on the hitting area around the pitcher's mound. Doug Gallen trying to put the pitcher's mound one on down by himself. He's got that down. And here comes the big tarp. And you want to keep the edge of that tarp down low, because if the wind gets underneath that, it'll pull every one of those guys all the way up to the sky.
Well, we heard from meteorologist Tim Hedrick before the game started that the storm more than likely wasn't going to arrive until later in the night, somewhere around 10:30, 11 o'clock. So we were hoping to sneak this thing in before this got here. But obviously, with those kinds of winds, Chris, much like the storm that hit here last night, where winds were clocked at better than 50 miles per hour, a storm with that kind of wind behind it is going to move across a couple of states mighty fast.
I'll never forget, I was down and playing a minor league game in Charleston, West Virginia, and they had a gully washer of a storm come through there, quite a bit like this, Tom. And of course, the grounds crew not nearly as extensive down there in AAA. They only had about 6 or 7 guys in a grounds crew, and they were part-timers anyway. And they tried to put that tarp down when the wind started whipping through there, 30, 40, 50 miles an hour. And it pulled the tarp right out of the hands of the grounds crew, swirled around the stadium, and then blew up against one of the light standards. And, of course, the lights were hot. They burned holes into the tarp. The light standard started bending back and forth. The game was called. The stadium was down in a low spot anyway. It was a real gully washer. And we didn't play for a gully washer.
That's nice.
That's what they call them down there in Charleston, West Virginia, that is.
I like that.
And we didn't play for 2 days. That field was so wet. The tarp was still around this light standard when we showed up at the ballpark the next day. I don't know how they ever got that baby down.
A gully washer. I'm going to file that away. We might be in for a gully washer here tonight.
Yeah.
That's very nice. We'll have more from Great American Ballpark after this timeout. Dodgers lead in a rain delay in the fifth. 3-0 our score. Non-stop play here at Great American Ballpark in the top of the 5th inning, and the rain has finally stopped. The umpires, led by the crew chief Jerry Lane, meeting with managers Dusty Baker and Joe Torre. They'll shake hands for a second time already tonight, as they did before the ball game got started. The Dodgers lead this game 3-0. And we're going to pick this thing up in the 5th inning. We'll bring you up to speed on what's happened. After a double and a walk, a 1-out RBI single by Manny Ramirez brought in Rafael for a call. 1-0 LA. The very next batter, James Loney. A double down the right field line that brought in Russell Martin. 2-0 LA. Ramirez would then score from third on a sac fly to right by Matt Kemp. 3 runs, 3 hits, 2 walks allowed by Aaron Harang in the first inning. He was very good over the next 3, allowed 2 hits and no runs. But after the rain came and we're getting ready to resume here, Chris Welsh, and Logan Ondrusek will replace Aaron Harang. And the Dodgers already leading 3-0 at Manny Ramirez coming up, with runners at first and third and 1 out here in the 5th inning as they continue to work on the field. And the grounds crew, as always, they have done a great job.
I mean, considering the amount of rain that we got here over the last 2 hours, and there were 2 separate storms that came through. The first one dumped a lot of rain, but mostly wind. The second one, boy, did it rain, and it came down in sheets. And the field is somehow playable. It is amazing, and it just continues to just stupefy me how quickly this field dries to playable conditions. The infield, of course, has been covered, so that shouldn't be a problem as far as wet balls. Remember, anything into the outfield will be soaking wet by the time the outfielders get to it. But Logan Ondrusek out there, the big, tall, 6'8" right-hander, hopes that he keeps the ball down in the zone and gets a ground ball double play to get the Reds out of this inning and back into the dugout.
All right, here we go. 1 away. Rafael for a call. Stands at third. Andre Ethier, the runner at first. And Logan Ondrusek, who has been so much better this second go-around with the Reds after he started the year with the team. And the first pitch is banged into left field. A base hit by Manny Ramirez. Boy, that is a professional hitter. He knew a first-pitch fastball was coming. He got it. Drives in the run. And the Dodgers lead 4-0.
Well, my question about that is, he's got to be thinking a first pitch fastball is coming. Young kid coming out of the bullpen, wants to establish a strike right away. Manny Ramirez is one of the best guess hitters up there. Now, he won't say he's a guess hitter. He thinks along with the pitcher, and he anticipates. But everybody in this ballpark that's been around baseball is thinking, this young guy's going to throw a first pitch fastball. Question is, why? If you've got another pitch, how about getting a breaking ball in there? Maybe Manny will roll over on it.
Now James Loney looks at a fastball on the inside corner, a strike. That run is charged to Aaron Harang, and of course Andre Ethier, the runner out at second base, is Harang's responsibility as well. 2 hours and 24 minutes officially our rain delay tonight, and a long way to go. We're only in the 5th. Aaron Harang, much like his start 2 outings ago against the Nationals, a very high pitch count in a low number of innings. Threw 98 pitches in 4 1/3 tonight. Of course, 42 of those came in the very first inning when the Dodgers scored 3. Good live fastball there from Ondrusek. Logan has posted a 1.93 ERA. In 6 innings since he was brought back from Louisville on the 1st of June. That's when Carlos Fisher was optioned back to Louisville.
Well, he's throwing harder now, Ondrusek is. You know, he made the team with 10 appearances down in spring training where he did not give up a run. So he was on the opening day roster, but it seemed like when he went out and pitched early in the year, he was so timid. He really wasn't pitching aggressively. You can see now his delivery. He is coming right after him. Scouts will tell me that they have seen him in the minor leagues throwing upwards 93, 94 miles an hour. The first time through, he wasn't throwing that hard. He was down around 90, 91, and that's just not where he needs to be.
3-2 the count on Loney. And fouled away again. Logan said the same thing happened to him last year. Began the year throwing in the high 80s and wound up throwing almost in the mid 90s by the time they got halfway into the season. Three and 2 on Loney. And that one ripped into right center field. Another hit and another Dodger run. It is 5-0.
You know, he's got to be down and down in the zone. I mean, we talk about a downward plane with Logan Ondrusek at 6'8". If he gets way on top of this ball and gets it down around the knees, it's tough to elevate. But when you're throwing it up here, and that's the kind of thing that Logan Ondrusek does. He throws it, you know, that's letter high. For a sinker ball pitcher, there is nothing better to hit than a two-seamer around the letters.
So close the book now on Aaron Harang. Ondrusek takes over with 2 on and 1 out. Allows back-to-back hits. So those are the final numbers for the Red starter tonight. Matt Kemp, a sac fly RBI in the first inning, a single to right on a 2-strike pitch in the fourth. Swung on and fouled out of play off to the first base side. 2-1 to Matt Kemp. We talked about how he has struggled for the better part of 2 months, hitting right in the middle of the LA lineup. And through May and almost half of June, Kemp 4 home runs and 13 runs batted in after the huge month of April.
Well, it's a typical and classic struggle for a guy like Kemp, who's a right-handed hitter. If you watch his front foot, he'll tell you exactly why he struggles. Every scout I talked to about Kemp and his problem said, if you throw him anything but a slider away, you're stupid, because he's bailing out with his foot. It goes down the left field line, and if you come inside on him, he's going to get a better swing, although he didn't get on top of that one.
So the strikeout of Kemp, the first out since we've resumed play following the 2-hour and 24-minute rain delay. And they're 2 away in the inning with Casey Blake coming up. All the games that started in the Eastern time zone are over tonight. Colorado lost against Minnesota, that in the Central time zone. Boston beat Arizona 6-3. Detroit over Washington 7-4. The Mets down Cleveland 7-6. Good breaking ball there from Ondrusek. And the Yankees took care of Philadelphia 8-3. CC Sabathia getting his 7th win of the year. Roy Halladay, by the way, lit up in that game tonight by the Yankees. Gave up 6 runs on 8 hits tonight in 6 innings of work. He got the loss against Sabathia. And another base hit. And another Dodger run. It is a 6-0 game.
Not exactly what Dusty Baker was hoping for when he brought in Logan Ondrusek. Runners on the corners, down by 3. He now looks at the scoreboard 1 out later, and he's down by 6.
Tapper to the right side by DeWitt. Phillips will throw him out. So the Dodgers post rain delay tack on 3 more and lead by 6. sweepstakes presented by the Ohio Department of Public Safety. You go to foxsportsohio.com right now and enter the keyword curveball, all one word. Every entry has a chance to win a catered party for 20 from Curly's Barbecue, a 50-inch high-def TV, and a $500 gas card. Curveball at foxsportsohio.com right now. And good luck. Well, Hideki Kuroda, after the 2-hour and 24-minute rain delay, he's going back out there. He's 3 outs away from qualifying for a win here tonight. 7 strikeouts in the game for Kuroda. Strike one to Jay Bruce.
He really had it going before that rain delay, Tom. I'm telling you what, he had every one of his pitches working. He had a little cutter going into left-handers, a two-seamer running away, changing speeds, had the hitters way out in front, and he continues to pick up right where he left off.
Jay Bruce, a fly ball to Matt Kemp, one away in the Reds' 5th inning.
Don't you find it kind of interesting, though? So many times that managers and ball clubs will take a pitcher who is in a starting rotation like this, starting assignment, and then you have a rain delay. And they make a decision, all right, if it's more than a half an hour, or if it's more than an hour, if it's more than an hour and a half, we're not going to bring the guy back. You know, a lot of it depends on the age. He's 35 years old. He's a veteran from Japan. He's pitched a lot of professional years. But I don't think there were enough guys in that clubhouse to keep him from going back to the mound and trying to pick up a W, especially now that the Dodgers have scored 3 more runs.
1-out single by Drew Stubbs, and here comes Ramon Hernandez. Micah Owings has moved into the on-deck circle, which would lead one to believe that not only will he hit, he will stay in and pitch. He was loosening up while the Dodgers were batting in the top of the 5th inning. The Cardinals, by the way, won their game already tonight, 4-2 over Seattle. So the Reds have some work to do if they want to remain by themselves atop the National League Central going into play tonight. They had a 1-game lead over the Redbirds. Runner goes, foul out of play. Cubs had a lengthy rain delay tonight, waiting to get started. They trail in the 5th inning against Oakland, opening game of that series, a 4-1 A's lead. 0-2 to Hernandez. Runner going again, and that is a swing and a miss. Strike 3 to Hernandez gives Stubbs his 13th stolen base. And there are 2 out in the inning. So it will be Mike Owings to bat and probably Micah Owings to stay in and pitch. Logan Andrusen goes 2/3 of an inning. Allows 3 hits and a run with 1 strikeout. Well, the last time this year we saw Micah Owings nearly drilled with a pitch. During the same at bat, he knocked in a run with a double to right center field. That one fouled out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I'm really surprised that they're pitching Micah Owings inside, because from what we've seen of Owings, even when he swung the bat as an Arizona Diamondback, he's a guy that he bails a little bit. His left foot will go down the left field line a little bit down towards third base, open up, looking for something on the inner half to just crush. They look like they're going to keep coming inside. Pretty good cut right there now. He's got a couple of runs batted in on the year, and that home run came against the Chicago Cubs.
Of course, the Reds had 4 batters hit in a game on Saturday against Kansas City. And that one into left field, a sinking liner that'll fall in front of Manny Ramirez. He plays it in front of him. Having a hard time understanding what Drew Stubbs is doing out there at second base.
Well, he didn't know how many outs there were. I mean, he stopped halfway between second and third like there was 1 out. And we've seen the Reds do this. I know that they're one of the best base running teams around, but watch Drew Stubbs right here. He goes halfway and then, wait, Manny, are you going to catch it or not? Well, Drew, it doesn't matter because there are 2 outs. The number 1 rule when you're a base runner is know how many outs there are.
So now Orlando Cabrera with 2 on and 2 men out. They're going to hold the runner Micah Owings on at first base, which gives Orlando Cabrera a little bit of extra room on the right side over there. Strike 1.
You know, we got a lot of baseball to play in this ball game. I mean, you don't have to pick up all 6 runs in one time. No one big rally needs to happen. You pick up 1 here, you pick up a couple more next inning. All of a sudden, you're within a swing of tying it up.
Grounded foul, 0-2 on Orlando Cabrera.
I mean, it's already cost the Reds 1 run in this ball game by not knowing how many outs there are as a runner from second. Because there's no way Manny Ramirez would have recovered that 1 hopper out to him, picked up a wet baseball, and thrown out the Reds' fastest runner.
And 2 on Orlando Cabrera, and it's hit off the end of the bat, foul. The largest comeback in a game for the Reds this year. A 4-run deficit. They trailed the Giants 4-0 earlier on this homestand and came back to win 7-6. Fastball in, 1-2 on Cabrera.
Not bad. Best fastball of the night, velocity-wise, for Kuroda. 94 on that last one. Nice little sinking action as well.
We'll see if Cabrera can keep this inning alive. You got the big hitters coming up starting next. Brandon Phillips, Joey Votto, Scott Rowland right on down the line. 2 are out in the inning, 2 are on in the inning. And the Reds are trailing 6-0. We're only in the 5th inning. 2-2.
Well, I hope he lasted during the rain delay, but I want to say a happy get well to Harry Herms, an 80-year-old injured softball player. Got run over in a softball game, believe it or not, broke his neck. Oh, his daughter, Leslie Lohman, says, wish my dad good luck and quick recovery. So, Harry, we're sending it out to you.
You mean run over like by a base runner?
Yeah. Evidently, I don't know whether he was covering first base or whether he was holding down home plate. It's a pretty tough league. He was playing in a senior league softball game. Playing for keeps.
Wow. Will get well. 8th pitch of this at bat upcoming. Kuroda against Cabrera. Orlando trying to get the Reds on the board for the first time tonight. And again, the 2-2 pitch. Here it is. Ball 3.
Well, this is a really good at bat for Orlando Cabrera right here, because Kuroda's been pitching in to all different parts of the zone. He's come inside a couple of times. He's just missed off the corner outside. They will not hold Michael Owings on now. He'll be able to get a big jump here on a 3-2 count, maybe score on a double.
Foul out of play as rain begins to fall again here at Great American Ballpark. And it's rain. It's picking up a little bit of steam. Stubbs at third base. Owings will take off at first. 3-2 again. And another foul ball. So 10 pitches so far in this at bat, and there will be an 11th.
Well, this guy's a battler. You know, I never really got to know much about Orlando Cabrera before the Reds signed him. And, you know, knew he was a good veteran. You look at the numbers, you talk to some of his former teammates, but you don't really appreciate how good a ball player he is and how much he really respects the game until you see him play nightly. Very smart player.
And he draws a walk, capping off an 11 pitch at bat. And they're loaded now for Brandon Phillips. Second walk of the game given up by the Dodger right-hander. Brandon carrying a 15-game hitting streak into play tonight. He is 0 for 2, is struck out and fly to center.
Now, this is the time where Brandon really needs to bear down from the very first pitch on. Sometimes we see Brandon in an at-bat take a big wild swing, you know, on an 0-0 count. But with bases loaded right here, he's been somewhat of an easy out so far for Kuroda. Kuroda's gotten him on these little cutters and sliders going away. Bear down and slash one to right center and get back in this game.
Big, huge swing on a pitch up and in. Stubbs at third, Owings at second base, Orlando Cabrera the runner at first. Reds are down 6-0. We're in the bottom of the fifth with 2 outs. And the 0-1 to Brandon. Almost hit him.
Well, I'll tell you one thing about Hiroki Kuroda. He is able to throw that inside pitch right there. That's not a beanball. That's not even trying to knock him off the plate. That's just coming inside. And he has got that pitch down. Great placement right there. That really opens up the outer part of the plate if you wish to go back out there.
In the air down the right field line and playable for DeWitt. So the Reds leave them loaded, and we go to the 6th. Dodgers in front by 6.
one right now in Manny Ramirez. We want to know in our Meyer text poll question of the night, what do you think is easier to manage, with superstars on your roster or without? How about some late night texting? Text 1 if you think, yeah, big numbers should equal more wins, or text 2 for no, egos and team chemistry can suffer. Text your votes to 37664, 37664. Standard text message rates apply. Well, the results coming up. And even in that other dugout, Dusty Baker is used to managing superstars as well. Back upstairs. Tom, Chris?
Where really you take a look at Dusty Baker's managerial career and you can make an argument on each side. You know, they had Barry Bonds, and was he great for team chemistry? Probably not. But they won a pile of games while Dusty Baker was a manager for the Giants with Barry Bonds on that team. Of course, he went to Chicago where Sammy Sosa was in his heyday. They got within 5 outs of a trip to the World Series, and then things didn't go well the next couple of years.
So really everywhere except here where Dusty Baker is managing, you've had superstars. I mean, you have to put Sammy Sosa in that superstar category, especially in the years when he was belting all those home runs as a Chicago Cub. And, of course, Barry Bonds was an incredible superstar during his years in San Francisco. So Dusty would say, give me the superstars any day. Of course, he had Ken Griffey Jr. here for a year or so, but you know, that was at the very tail end of Junior's career, not healthy, and really was nowhere near the player that he was earlier in the decade before. I'd say give me the superstars
all day, every day.
Yep. I mean, every once in a while you'll see a team that makes it to the World Series, you know, based on guts and guile and luck and chemistry. But somebody on that ball club has had a superstar year or an MVP caliber year, and that's what you need. And really, that's when you talk about this year's Reds club or this year's Dodgers club. One of those guys, whether it's Kemp or Manny Ramirez or Andre Ethier, has to have an MVP type season. Same way with the Reds, whether it's Brandon Phillips or Scott Rowland.
Ronnie Belliard batting for Corotto, leading off the LA 6 against Micah Owings, and he's out number 1. Not a lot of work this year for that man. 26 total innings for Micah Owings. Very high walk number, 19 in 26 innings, but the end result haven't been too bad. Opponents batting .219 against him. And of course, he is the long man. Mike Owings had only pitched one time since the 30th of May when he came in over the weekend, that extra inning game, the 11-inning game against Kansas City. And Chrissy came in and he wasn't very sharp. Walked a couple of batters, allowed a base hit, and it cost him the game.
Well, that's been kind of his problem, I think, overall on the year, is that when he does pitch and get into a situation where it's a tight ball game, those bases on balls have cost him. You know, Mike has really had a specialized, defined role in that bullpen, which is a long man, and he pitches extra innings when you need multi-innings pitched. We've rarely seen him brought into a situation where you need to get a right-hander out to get out of an inning. And normally he pitches in games in which the Reds are losing, where you need to eat up some innings and save the rest of the bullpen. And he fills that role nicely because he's a former starter. He can give you extended innings, and he can hit a little bit, too. But he's walked 19 batters in 26 innings, and that's the formula to pitch out of the stretch an awful lot.
2-2 on for a call, a perfect 3 for 3 in the game, and there's a dribbler up the first base line that rolls foul. Of course, you know, you look up and down that Reds bullpen, and we've documented it so many times, outside of Arthur Rhodes for sure, and by and large Francisco Cordero. Although he has not been as sharp so far this year as he was the last couple of years, he's still having a very good year. And some have wondered, why not give Micah Owings a chance with a little more work? Chris, does that mean command comes back? Because let's face it, there are other right-handers that have been in more prominent roles in that Reds bullpen this year that have some ugly numbers in different categories as well. There's a broken bat single to center by Furcal.
That's 4 hits on the night for Rafael Furcal. You talk about a guy that has made a great living against the Reds. He has done it. He came in here with about a .335 lifetime batting average against the Reds, an on-base percentage up around 400, and he will just increase those numbers with a 4-for-4 night. That's a little slider that didn't do a whole lot on the outside corner. I think, Tom, what you look at with Mike Owens, you look at his stuff, and you say, all right, he doesn't throw all that hard. He battles you, though, and he's the kind of guy that'll just give you everything he possibly can give you and leave it out there on the mound. And I'm convinced that sometimes he's taken the mound over the last couple of years where his arm has not felt all that great. He never says boo about it, but you can kind of watch him pitch. As a former pitcher, I can tell you, we've all gone through those times where your shoulder doesn't feel that great. There's times that it indicates to me that he's not feeling that great, but he still's got there giving it to you. So I just don't think that when you compare his fastball, which is 88 to 91 miles an hour, to a guy that you need in middle relief nowadays. I mean, watch what the Dodgers start bringing in here. You're going to start seeing guys that are throwing in the low to mid 90s, and then as you get later and later in the game, they're throwing harder and harder until you finally bring in Jonathan Broxton, who may be hitting 100. So that's the way the game has evolved, and I think they found a special spot for Owings on this ball club, and so far it's worked, but he still has to get guys out.
First 4-hit game this season for Rafael Furcal. 23rd time in his career he's had 4 hits in a game. Still 2-2 to Russell Martin, who's 0 for 2, walked and scored in the 3-run first inning.
And really the walks for Micah Owings have come in bunches. In the last 3 ball games in which he has appeared, he's pitched 3 2/3 innings, and he's walked 7 batters.
Runner goes, throw down to second base, and Furcal is out of there.
Now, he used to be a cinch 100%, seemed like almost always there with a stolen base runner, but not anymore. And you're looking at Ramon Hernandez having one heck of a year from behind the plate for the Reds. Both these Reds catchers, when healthy, Ryan Hanigan and Hernandez, they are 2 of the best in the business.
And there's strike 3 called to Martin. No runs, a hit. Reds come to bat, bottom of the 6th inning, trailing 6-0.
Well, that freeze cam really gives us an indication as to how much movement he had on his pitches. He was one tough customer tonight.
And that was the Coors Light freeze cam, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. So 5 innings, 3 hits, no runs, 2 walks, 8 strikeouts for Corona. Ramon Troncoso takes over on the mound.
He's been in 32 ball games now, Ramon Troncoso has, with a .497 earned run average.
Dodger bullpen, by and large, has been mighty good. They have some guys down there having great years. Chris brought up their closer, Jonathan Broxton, a 0.92 ERA, 16 saves. What a play by Furcal. And he will throw out Joey Votto.
Well, you will go a ways before you see a shortstop make a better play than this. That is a tough shot because it was a hard hit ball slicing away from the shortstop for Cal. He dives and makes a great stop on a one hopper right there, and then comes up in plenty of time to be able to throw the runner out. Big league play.
Scotty Rolando for 2, struck out and fly to center. Strike 1. We're talking about Broxton, but boy, you talk about a left-hander having a great year. This side of Arthur Rhodes, you can't get much better than Hung-Chi Kuo. Left-handed batters this year against Kuo are 0 for 21. That's pretty good. Good breaking ball there by Troncoso, and rolling behind, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Troncoso, a busy reliever in 2009. Ranked 2nd among all National League relievers, throwing 82 2/3 innings in 73 games. 2-2 to roll it. Well, you give it up to those that have stayed around, and there aren't many after a 2-hour and 24-minute rain delay. But those that are here, they probably are sitting in better seats than the ones they bought. And they're an enthusiastic bunch, down 6-0. But trying to get something started behind Scott Rowland here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Hey, Reds fans, how would you like to win 32 Reds tickets and be on TV? Well, just visit howdoyou32.com and show JTM How You 32. JTM, food, family, fun.
For a call, the long throw, and back-to-back sensational plays by the Dodgers shortstop Rafael for a call. Wow.
I'm giving the first play he made 1 star. You've got to give this one 2 stars because that is way deep in the hole right there. There aren't all that many shortstops with the kind of arm that Rafael Furcal has that can make this play. I mean, off balance. Gets him by a half a step.
Troncoso living right tonight. He has given up a couple of would-be hits, but for a call denying both Votto and Rowland from reaching first base. A ball and a strike to Johnny Gomes, who struck out in each of his first 2 trips tonight against Corona.
That is one nasty breaking pitch right there that Troncoso throws. I mean, the bottom drops out of that baby.
Still a ball and 2 strikes on Johnny Gomes. If you're just joining us, we told you earlier the Cardinals back-to-back wins over the Seattle Mariners. St. Louis getting back on the home front and getting fat on Seattle. There's a pop-up down the third base line for a call. Will handle all 3 plays in the inning flawlessly. 7th inning around the corner. All Dodgers so far a 6-0 lead. Fastest 3G network, AT&T Rethink Possible. By your Cincinnati, Northern Kentucky Honda dealers. Visit mycincinnatihondadealer.com. And by Granger, with over 900,000 products for the ones who get it done. Opening game of the 3-game series, Reds and Dodgers, and LA in front 6-0. 3 in the first, and after a 2-hour and 24-minute rain delay, 3 more in the 5th. Aaron Harang charged with 5 of the runs. Logan Ondrusik 1. And Micah Owings, a scoreless 6th inning, allowed a hit, got a strikeout. Ethier. And there's ball 4 to begin the 7th inning. We remind you, replay returns with an all-new season. After 11 years, Gatorade reunites 2 high school rivals looking to finally settle the score. Don't miss the documentary premiere Sunday at 9 p.m. Eastern. Check local listings. Well, for those that have stayed around, you're going to hear some of the heckling going on as we move into this one. And one of the favorite targets all over baseball is Manny Ramirez. Of course, he thinks he's hearing it here. Wait till this weekend.
This is just a little bit of a warm-up. When he gets into Boston, they will welcome him back in their own special way.
Oh, yeah.
So what do you think? Most Boston fans, are they going to cheer Manny, welcome him back? Are they going to remember him as a guy that didn't hustle much?
Well, that's a good question.
Didn't play through any kind of nicks and bruises and injuries, maybe faked injuries. Didn't treat him right on the way out, but boy, I'll tell you what, in their World Series year, he was big, big, big.
He was big in a lot of years. But you're right, it's going to be very interesting to see how they remember Manny Ramirez. Let's see. Division series for Man Ram as a Boston Red Sox after his first year. The batting averages the next year's 385, 300, 375, 500. In the league championship series for the Red Sox, 310, 300, 409. And in the two World Series, he hit 412 in 2004, 250 in 07. Those were the postseason numbers. He knocked in over 100 runs 6 times for the Red Sox. In the air, well hit left field, and it is gone. So Manny Ramirez, who has the highest career batting average against the Reds of any player in Major League Baseball, has picked right up where he left off. That is his 11th home run in 37 career hits against the Reds.
Now that's a little breaking ball that didn't have a whole lot of break on it. More spin than break, and he just winds up and wallops. You can say what you want about Manny Ramirez, but he has got a very good swing, and he can flat out hit.
And of course, that home run means another $15,000 has been raised to support prostate cancer. If you'd like to make a donation, call 1-800-798-CURE or go online to pcf.org. We had Michael Milken, the founder of the Prostate Cancer Foundation, with us over the weekend up here in the booth. Two and one to James Loney. It is 8-0 Dodgers. Well, you look at the career numbers for Manny Ramirez, and I mean, he is staggering. That is a fair ball down in the corner by Loney. Manny has more than 550 career home runs. He has over 1,800 runs batted in. Well over 2,500 hits, and has scored over 1,500 runs. There are many out there that believe that Manny Ramirez, when all is said and done, will go down as one of the top 10 right-handed batters in the history of the game. And I mean, really, you start looking inside some of his numbers, and it's hard to argue.
He's posted some awfully good numbers, but he did it during an era, of course, the steroid era, that saw a lot of players put up bodacious numbers during those years, and I think you have to take that all into consideration. But during his 7.5 years as a Red Sox, I mean, he hit 274 home runs for the Red Sox. Hit overall 312 with that ball club. He was the MVP of that World Series in 2004.
Rolling on his belly to get it, but the throw not going to be in time to get Matt Kemp, who runs very, very well. That'll be an infield hit for Kemp. Originally came up, of course, with Cleveland. Then for Boston, and now with the Dodgers, 12 times he's been an All-Star. And as Chris mentioned, a World Series MVP in 04.
The Indians missed him when he was gone. And the Red Sox, like it or not, missed his production when he was gone from there also.
Tell you, Boston's starting to warm up. They won again tonight to go to 10 games over 500. That'll be a huge weekend when Manny and the Dodgers come in starting Friday night.
Of course, they've got their challenge ahead of them over the next week or so. The Dodgers do. They go into Boston to play the Red Sox this weekend. Then they go back home to play the Angels, who just finished sweeping them this last weekend. And then they host the New York Yankees. And that will be very interesting. Joe Torre managing against his old ball club.
Boy, you're not lying.
That'll be a series at Chavez Ravine in Los Angeles. Got a good look at former Yankee great Donnie Baseball. Don Mattingly there, the batting coach for the Dodgers. There's their upcoming schedule.
And then they play the Giants. That's no easy chore.
That's the first time they'll have been to San Francisco this year. In fact, they will have come to Cincinnati twice before they ever get to San Francisco. Go figure.
Three and two on Blake. Four straight batters have reached off Mike Owings here in the 7th inning. 2 have scored. A walk to Ethier, a 2-run home run by Manny Ramirez, and a double by Loney, and an infield hit by Kemp. It's 3 and 2 on Blake. And there's a base hit into left field, and that'll load him up. Still nobody out. Loney to third, Kemp to second. Brian Price will make his way out of the Reds' first base side dugout and come chat with Owings and Ramon Hernandez. And don't forget, Sunday, June the 27th, the Reds and the Indians will get together that weekend. The first 30,000 fans at the ballpark Sunday the 27th. Receive a Reds team baseball card set featuring Brandon Phillips, Joey Votto, Mike Leake, and the rest of the 2010 Reds courtesy of Cons. Great seats available for the entire weekend against the Indians and the following week against Philly. Call 513-381-REDS or go to reds.com. Well, the Dodgers have brought their hitting shoes here tonight. No two ways about that. That's 15 base hits, and we're only in the 7th inning with nobody out. They are 7 of 13 tonight with runners in scoring position. In a 3-game series sweep, which they lost to the Angels over the weekend, they were 4 for 25 with runners in scoring position. Oh, 2 on Blake DeWitt. Strike 3 called on the outside corner. And that is the first out here in the Dodgers 7th. Reds hitting their first lull in quite some time as Troncoso looks at a ball away. When they beat the Astros on that second game of the weekend series to go to 10 games over 500. Since then, the Reds have won 6 and lost 8, and in danger of losing their 9th in the last 15 unless they can rally from an 8-0 hole here tonight. Lost 2 out of 3 in St. Louis, came back to win 2 out of 3 against Washington, but then opening this 10-game homestand, split 4 with the Giants, and of course lost 2 out of 3 over the weekend to Kansas City. 2-1. Reds have activity in their bullpen. Daniel Ray Herrera is getting loose. 2-1 to Troncoso. 3-1. And he has walked the pitcher to bring in a run. And the Dodgers now lead 9-0. And Dusty's going to come get Mike Owens. Micah goes an inning and a third. Allows 5 hits. Walks 2. Struck out 2. And so far has been charged with 3 runs. Our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen summons the left-hander Daniel Ray Herrera. $3-0 Dodgers. They have tripled that number. And now taking over with the bases loaded and 1 out is left-hander Daniel Ray Herrera.
Now he's another guy that really needs to step it up a little bit. in 30 appearances so far this year. His earned run average is up, but, you know, not really enough innings to look at an earned run average. But you do look at some of the other things. When you're a spot reliever like that, a specialist like Herrera is, you want to look at how well you do against left-handers. And this year, not nearly what he was able to do last year against lefties. They're hitting well over 300 against him, and he's going to have to come in here and eat an inning up or two.
For a call, a 4-hit night. And he has him loaded with one away. Turning around about right-handed for the first time in a game. And it's 1-1. Yeah, lefties batting .367 against Herrera. Right-handers hitting .318. That ball nearly took down the left field wall. 2 more runs are going to score on a long, hard single by for a call. And it is 11-0 Dodgers.
Yeah, each of the relievers that the Reds have brought in today with runners on. Logan Ondrusek has gassed in the runs of the previous pitcher, Aaron Harang, and ditto that for Daniel Ray Herrera.
A 5-run 7th continues for Russell Martin, the 9th man to bat in it. Martin without a hit, 0 for 3, walked and scored in the first inning. And what a night for Rafael for a call. That one popped up. A long run for everybody, and Jay Bruce is there for the second out of the inning.
And they've got it.
And they're going to double off the runner for a call. I don't know where he was going. Maybe he's tired of running the bases tonight. He's 5 for 5.
Time to go play some defense.
Our John Morrell hot dog play of the game. Ramon Hernandez gunning down a rough eye for a call, trying to steal another. Well, that and the base running play a moment ago are the two mistakes that Furcal has made all night. He has 2 doubles, 3 singles, has knocked in 2 and scored twice. 11 runs, 16 hits, no errors. 6 men left on base for the Dodgers. Reds have been shut out on 3 hits and left 5 men on base. Reed Johnson takes over for Manny Ramirez out in left field. Still Ramon Troncoso on the mound. And the Reds will have Jay Bruce, Drew Stubbs, Ramon Hernandez coming up. And I would imagine we may see Dusty Baker empty his bench and perhaps give some guys some playing time and have not seen much of it. Of course, when the game began, we talked about Brandon Phillips. He did not play on Sunday after re-aggravating that hamstring injury. He had an MRI, and it's going to bother him. Chris, you said you talked to him before the game tonight. It's something that will continue to bother him, but he's going to play.
Yeah, I mean, he says he's not coming out of there, and it does hurt him. Yeah, they're giving it treatment. I mean, he's given about as much treatment as he can. He can't tell me about everything they're doing because he's not sure what it is, but he takes the ultrasound, takes ice, gets a massage, trying to get the knot out of there. It's a big muscle.
High and tight to Jay Bruce. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I mean, come on. These guys are up by 11 runs and are coming in like that.
We talked about the long rain delays they had both in Atlanta and in Chicago tonight. The Cubs are batting in the bottom of the 8th inning, trailing the A's 8-4. They're in the top of the 7th inning in Atlanta, where the Tampa Bay Rays have a 7-3 lead over the Braves.
Imagine a guy in that black shirt down there actually trying to barehand that ball.
No.
I mean, that ball was absolutely smoked and didn't end up with the baseball. He just knocked it down. The guy in the red shirt picked it up. Mm-mm.
2-2 to Jay Bruce. 0 for 2 in the game. Is struck out and fly to center. And struck out for the second time. 1 away in the 7th. Well, we figured to have a very good pitching matchup for the second game of this series tomorrow night. Actually, later tonight, I beg your pardon. Mike Leake, 5-0 on the year, a Southern California kid, against Clayton Kershaw, left-hander at 6-3 and an ERA at 3.1. When Kershaw is on his game, he is one of the most dominant pitchers in all the National League, despite his youth. Kershaw is only 22 years old. In fact, he just turned 22 in the middle of spring training.
So he's actually younger than Mike Leake. but he's actually pitching in his 3rd major league season.
Furcall's got a great arm, but he's not going to throw out through Stubbs. That'll be an infield hit for Stubbs. He has 2 hits in the game tonight.
Yeah, the Reds had 4 knocks on the night, and 2 of them belong to Drew Stubbs. A bloop single his last time up. That infield hit right there for Kyle would have had a chance on a lot of hit runners, but not Stubbs, who has come a long way. His batting average not too long ago was down around the 180 mark, and he's up over 240 now.
Reds down 11-0 with 1 out and 1 on in the 7th. Strike 1 to Ramon Hernandez.
I want to congratulate the Joe Hayden's Midland Redskins, who won the inaugural Gene Bennett Baseball Classic down in Wheelersburg, Ohio, at Branch Rickey Park. Gene Bennett, of course, in attendance at all 3 days down there.
That will fall. It looked like it was a base hit. They throw to second to try and get the force, and not in time. That'll be a base hit for Ramon Hernandez. Daniel Ray Herrera will get an at-bat in the game.
Well, Daniel had 3 plate appearances last year, officially 0 for 2 with a walk.
And he's gone on strikes. 2 away in the inning. We talked about Dusty Baker going to his bench. And it begins right now. Paul Yanish batting for Orlando Cabrera. Paul got the start on Sunday in place of Brandon Phillips. Went 0 for 3. And Miguel Cairo has stepped out of the dugout and stands in the on-deck circle. He would bat for Brandon Phillips next. In the air, left center field, and Kemp will get to it, which will retire the side. 2 hits and 2 left. 8th inning coming up. Dodgers lead 11-0. their leadoff man, Rafael, for a call. 5 at-bats, 5 hits, 2 runs scored, 2 runs driven in. They came in batting .288 and now hitting .311. 11-0 Dodgers lead as they come to bat in the 8th inning. Andre Ethier is 1 for 3 tonight. Has also drawn a walk, scored a couple of runs. Reed Johnson next, and then James Loney. Reds have made multiple changes as that ball is in the air to straightaway center field. Stubbs will back up on it, 1 away. Chris Heisey now in left field. Paul Janisch at short. Miguel Cairo at second. It's still Daniel Ray Herrera on the mound. There's a liner over Cairo's head into right center field ahead. Well, here we are hanging out about 20 after 12. And I guess if you're going to get a prank call or a wrong number, it may as well happen while you're working rather than being in the rack. Phones are ringing up here in the booth, and all of a sudden it's a wrong number. So better that than if you're in bed and all of a sudden that baby's ringing at 12:30. Am I right or wrong on that, Mr.
You're right about that. That's Daddy Wags. Who that was calling him anyway.
I don't know. I just heard it. Dude, you got the wrong number. Two-hand out to James Loney. Up and in. 3-0. See, that's the difference between taking a call like that while you're working and nobody's waking you up, and you're able to say nicely, dude, you got the wrong number.
Right.
As opposed to you're in bed, you forget to turn the phone off or put it on vibrate or whatever it is you do, and then you get that phone call, and chances are the guy at the other end is not getting a, dude, you got the wrong number. Right?
You're right about that. He's getting a little more severe language than that.
Undeniably. 3-2 the count on James Loney. And that one is served into left field, and that'll be a base hit. Reed Johnson on his way to third, and a big night for James Loney. He'll get overshadowed by Rafael for a call, but Loney has 4 hits and 5 at-bats. Has 3 doubles and has knocked in a couple of runs. No laughing matter here, and these folks need your help. Vote for the People's All-Star Among Us by going online to www.peopleallstar.com. Your votes will help determine which of these very deserving women, all candidates, that will represent the Reds in Greater Cincinnati at the All-Star Game in Anaheim, helping kids and helping those affected with breast cancer. And ladies, we cannot thank you for all you do, and for those that are not on that final 3 list. Matt Kemp hoping to build on tonight. He hadn't had many games like this over the last month and a half. 2 hits and 3 at-bats. Has scored a run and knocked in a run. Ground ball down to third, and Rowan will throw to first. Get the out there. That'll plate Reed Johnson from third to make it 12-0.
Well, you know, Tom, we had such a long night. You And I get here somewhere between 3, 4 in the afternoon, and you don't make it through a long night like this without some food. We want to thank first good folks at Penn Station that provided us some dinner early in the night. That was before the ball game began.
Right.
During that long rain delay, we went somewhere else.
The Newport Pizza Company, right across the river.
Yes, it is. And boy, was that good.
It was good.
We had the writers in here, almost the whole TV crew.
Well,
sent a box down to the TV truck. That pizza didn't last long down there, I can guarantee you.
well, the other 4 lasted a lot less time up here
than you thought they would.
I mean, I was down in the radio booth, and by the time I make my way down here, I walk in, and 2 of them are empty. And the other one have a slice left in each box.
You sound a little irritated.
I mean, I just didn't know what happened. I mean, I'd only been down there for like 5 minutes when you stuck your head in and said, hey, look, we're good to go. I stayed down there another couple of minutes, came walking down in here, and looked like a bunch of coyotes were flocking out of here.
When I left the room to come and get you, the boxes hadn't even been opened. But when I give you the warning, next time you'll know.
Well, you're not lying.
Thanks for buying them, by the way.
No problem. Yeah. Two and 2 to Casey Blake. And it's off the outside corner. George Sherrill, a left-hander, is ready in the Dodger bullpen. Troncoso has gone in the last 2 innings, so you figure his night is over. There's a walk to Blake.
You know, the subplot or the plot within the plot, if you're Daniel Ray Herrera, is that you're out there trying to get some work in to show Dusty Baker and Walt Jocketty and everybody else in the baseball operations department that you're going to be reliable enough, that you're finally getting your act together. And when you come in and you when you give up a double to a left-hander, and then you walk a guy that you really shouldn't have, and in Casey Blake, you know, you're not heading in the right direction. So, I mean, it may be a blowout game for the majority of the players on this team, but if you're Daniel Ray Herrera or Logan Ondrusek or Michael Owings, each one of these pitches and each one of these innings that you pitch is very important to you.
One and 2 on Blake DeWitt. DeWitt 0 for 3 tonight, was hit by a pitch in the 4th inning. Boy, if there is ever an example which points out the difference between Midwestern folk and perhaps those in the Northeast, it is moments just like this in a baseball game. If anybody has ever been to a game, say at Old Shea Stadium, where the home team's getting beat 11-0 at 12:30 in the morning, I can promise you the home team is not chanting, "Let's go." The home crowd, that is.
You're right.
And for those of us that have been in that situation in places like that, I'm not indicting every fan in New York, but there have certainly been those games, and everybody in baseball has been a part of them. And you can ask guys who played for the New York Mets, do things have a tendency to get a little bit ugly on a night like tonight? You better believe it.
Our fans, they just came to have some fun.
Yep.
Hopefully they'll
look at that tomorrow. Oh, they're up late tonight.
We're not leaving until the kids wind down a little bit, honey.
Is that 2A? Look at that group. God bless them. They all look happy and healthy and having a good time with mom and dad. And man, are they up late. play of the game. Got a couple of them for Rafael Furcal. They came in back-to-back at bats in the 6th inning. He got Votto and then this on Roland. Man, is that nice.
He's like a one-man show. Remember the king in his court? Did you ever run into a softball magician, essentially, out there called the king in his court?
Yes.
And there'd be one guy and maybe, what, 2 fielders behind him or something like that. He would take on a full team behind him. Well, that was what Rafael Furcal wanted to do tonight. You put the pitcher and Furcal, and it'll take anybody else on.
You're not lying.
And he's had that kind of night.
And now George Sherrill is not having a good year. Although they very much believe this one-time closer will get it together as this season goes on. And again, you know, you talk about games inside the game, Chris, and maybe not Miguel Cairo, maybe Miguel Cairo, but certainly for the on-deck hitter, Joey Votto. I mean, whether it be tomorrow night, later tonight, or on Thursday afternoon, Votto may have a big at-bat in this series against George Sherrill. Miguel Cairo batting for the first time. Brandon Phillips' 15-game hitting streak comes to an end here tonight. He went 0 for 3 in the game. And there's a tapper to Furcal as if on cue. 1 away. Well, now's your chance to enter to win a Fox Sports Ohio Meijer prize pack. Text the word Meijer, M-E-I-J-E-R, to 37664 now to be entered. Good luck. Those are the final numbers from our Meijer text poll question. Had 11,307 of you vote tonight, so thank you very much. Oh, and 2 to Joey Votto. You know, Chris, I didn't have a chance to ask you because you didn't work over the weekend. Did you make an appearance down at Fat Cats on Friday Night Reds Live? You were talking about maybe, you know, swinging down there.
No, I did not.
No. All right.
I'll try to make it to the next one we have. We are having some more before the end of the year.
Well, I got to believe we are. Yeah. I mean, Jim Day and Jeff Pecoro know the locations and the dates. Maybe one of those guys is still here tonight, or maybe they've already gone home. As Jordan Smith, just called up from the minor leagues, is getting loose and will make his major league debut, it appears, in the 9th inning. Strike 1 to Scott Roldham. You think we're going to have one of those up in Mount Adams? What, the Reds Live? I mean, why not?
Reds Live pregame. I don't know why not.
There's a base hit in the right center field. And Roland with a 2-out single. His first hit in 4 at-bats tonight.
Well, you're the former mayor of Mount Adams. I mean, for a long time. Vice mayor.
Yeah. Bill Hemmer
was the mayor, and you were the vice mayor?
Yeah. Our old buddy Dennis Jansen stopped by tonight and was giving us the rundown on Billy Hemmer's weekend. It's like Ferris Bueller's day off. Now, you talk about running in high cotton. That would be Mr. Hemmer, my old roomie.
Why don't you tell the fans what
well, I'm just passing along the story.
Included.
I mean, you talk about a weekend. Down in Florida on Friday, he played golf with Tom Watson. Let's start there.
In Palm Beach.
Yes. Saturday was invited and attended the much publicized wedding of Rush Limbaugh.
A lot of people could care less about that.
That's right, but I'm saying he was invited to the wedding. It was a very big deal. And Elton John was the entertainment for the wedding.
That's an odd matchup for Rush Limbaugh.
Much has been written about that the last couple of days in the newspaper. A lot has been written about that as Chris Heisey singles into left center field, and Nolan will stop at second. But again, I don't want to get into all that. We're not going to politicize this thing. The bottom line is that you play golf with Tom Watson Friday. Saturday, you go to Rush Limbaugh's wedding. And at the wedding, playing at the reception is Elton John. And then on Sunday, the most powerful man in television news today, an Ohio University grad nonetheless, Roger Ailes, the head man of Fox News Channel, invites Billy to fly back to New York in the company private plane. Now that, my friend,
that's pretty sweet.
That's quite a weekend. You and I aren't running in no circle.
No. I went canoeing down the Elkhorn Creek on Friday. Went to Kings Island on Saturday.
Very nice.
Saw a nice fireworks display at the end.
You know what? That's a good weekend.
Yeah.
I'll take your weekend.
And that was the game the Reds played extra innings.
Yeah, like I said, I'll take your weekend.
And saw fireworks on the way through downtown afterwards.
Very nice.
It was nice, yeah.
And then on Sunday, rather than a private plane, you got into a pickup truck and drove to Pendleton County.
Well, no. Went down to watch a 14 and under baseball game down at the Champions Field at Florence Freedom.
How are you going to beat that?
It would have been nice to have some shade down there that day. You're really close friends with Billy Hammer. See if he can get me an umbrella or a parasol.
A parasol would be a very good look for you. Some like you better in a camisole. Three hits, 4 runs batted in, including a 2-run home run. Scored 3 times. Furcal has 5 hits, has knocked in 2. Loney has 4 hits and has knocked in a pair. But Manny leading the Dodgers to this 12-0 lead as we arrive in the 9th inning. And it might be 12-0. But this is the biggest day in the professional life of one Jordan Smith, just called up from AA Carolina, and he makes his major league debut here tonight at Great American Ballpark.
Had a chance to talk with his manager, David Bell, a little bit this afternoon, just to find a rundown on Jordan Smith, and he says, you know, he has been so much better than the numbers show. Earned run average rather high, coming out of AA, but, you know, a converted starter. A guy that had pretty good success last year as a starter, but then they shut him down about 3/4 of the way through the season last year with some arm problems. Didn't let him pitch the rest of the year from July on. Came back this year, and he is recently just dominating down there, throwing as hard as 94 miles an hour, and is a ground ball machine. So I expect to see some pretty good downward movement.
Entering tonight's game, the season high for hits allowed by Reds pitching this year, 18 back on April the 21st against these Dodgers. It is 3-0 to the pinch hitter Jamie Carroll. Smith grew up in Pleasant Grove, Utah. Attended the Community College of Southern Nevada in Las Vegas. He has a brother, Egan Smith, who was selected by the Indians in the 35th round of the June 2008 first-year player draft. His brother did not sign and wound up with the Blue Jays after being drafted in the 7th round last year. There's a fly ball into right field. Let's check in with Jim Day for more on Jordan Smith.
Talked to Jordan Smith before the game, and he said before the game he was working on adrenaline. He found out about 5 o'clock yesterday. Said that he was so antsy he couldn't sit down, couldn't sleep. Finally got to sleep at like 6 in the morning. Had to wake up at 7. So this rain delay not playing into his favor. Working on 1 hour of sleep, total adrenaline right now.
You know, you say that, it certainly would make sense just from a biological standpoint. But, Chris, you know, it almost makes you wonder if it's not better that he's pitching on virtually no sleep right now.
You know, I had a AA roommate who taught me a pretty good lesson that rest is overrated. Of course, he was 32, still playing in AA. He also taught us not to squeeze the toothpaste in the middle or drink the last beer in the refrigerator. Rules to live by.
A cagey veteran.
But the rest is overrated thing, you know, I took that to heart for a little while.
One and two to for a call. You know, you think about this young man right now. I mean, if for somehow, some way, you know, you got a great night of sleep, and then, you know, you're almost overamped, if you will, to borrow, you know, an old baseball and rock and roll sort of phrase, and perhaps by having that rain delay, where you just kind of take a deep breath. Take a look at that lady. She's a step short, but bless her heart for trying to get it. We got to go back to that lady one more time as Jordan Smith has retired the first two. Here we are at 20 till 1 in the morning. And let's take a look at the replay first. Foul ball. Look at him sprinting. Roll down it goes. I mean, it looks like high hurdles in the Olympics. Doggone it. That's a good effort, though.
Nothing to be ashamed of there.
Not at all. She was trying to get that for her little boy. Lined into right center field. That'll be a base hit for Russell Martin. Stubbs over to cut it off. Martin will come into second base with a 2-out double.
And don't forget, after every Reds game, including this one, Fox Sports Ohio will break down the game and talk to the players and coaches on Reds Live, brought to you by the Kings Honda in the Kings Auto Mall. Visit KingsHondaUSA.com. Sticking around for the postgame? That's not a rhetorical question.
Oh, yeah, that's part of the gig. I can't wait. Well, let's see if Jordan Smith can get out of this inning without giving up a run.
I'd like to see that.
Yeah. Runner at second, 2 away. He's facing the leading hitter in the National League, Andre Ethier. That one rolled over foul. Jordan Smith a long way from home. 1-1 to Ethier. And now 2 balls and a strike. In the air, left center field, and how about Jordan Smith? Congratulations, young man. Your major league debut is a scoreless debut. It's a Rumpke Biggs difference. By McDonald's, I'm loving it. By the Ohio Department of Public Safety, reminding you to drive safely this summer, and if you're over the limit, you'll be under arrest. And by PerformanceHondaStore.com, we put a smile on your face, every customer, every vehicle, every day. A long night of baseball here at Great American Ballpark. We've arrived in the bottom of the 9th inning. All Dodgers in the opener of this 3-game series. But that young man still wide awake, shades on, and the rally cap. And Chris Welsh is still awake to welcome in the new Dodger pitcher, Justin Miller.
Yeah, he's a guy that's been around a little bit. Last year he pitched in 44 games for the Giants. Before that, 2 years with the Florida Marlins. Broke in back in 2002, the first year we ever did our first mechanics of the game with the Toronto Blue Jays. And he was a starter back then. Started 18 games for the Blue Jays in his rookie year. How about Drew Stubbs?
3-hit night. Corky Miller bats for the first time since taking over defensively for Ramon Hernandez. Ramon 1 for 3 in the game.
And we'll probably see Corky tomorrow. Mike Leake will take the mound. You know, Ramon Hernandez, a long night tonight when you factor in the, you know, you talk about the pitchers, the starting pitchers who go out and then they have a rain delay and they come back out again. You know, you don't talk too much about the catchers. It's been a long night for Ramon Hernandez. You give up 19 hits and 12 runs, you've caught a lot of pitches.
The 19 hits by the Dodgers tonight, a season high allowed by Reds pitching in any game this year. Surpassing the 18 the Dodgers had back in the end of April when they came rolling into Great American Ballpark the first time. Miller gone swinging for out number 1 in the Cincinnati ninth. So again, congratulations to Jordan Smith making his major league debut tonight. He gives up 1 hit, no runs, and he'll be taken down for the pinch hitter Lance Nix. One on, one out. Stubbs took second base. No stolen base, of course. Defensive indifference, they call it. A 2-hour time difference this time of year, I do believe, between here and Utah. So about 10 minutes till 11. And in case Jordan's family is back there watching on satellite tonight, don't know if they made the trip across country and were able to make it in here tonight, but if he has family, certainly many friends still awake, I would imagine, to see if he'd make his major league debut in this game. I'm sure he'll be dialing them up shortly. He looks like he's ready to go out there and throw about 8 more innings tonight.
It looks like he's ready to go out and tackle somebody. He's a big dude.
He is. Hit down the left field line by Nix, foul. 3-2 on Lance Nix. Oh, look at that little girl. Still hanging here this late at night, and Daddy hands her a souvenir, a foul ball. Look at that face. Those shows her older brother. Wow. Nix gone swinging, and the Reds down to their final out.
Now there's our Olympic hurdler. She was down right on the aisle, poised and ready to go with a left-hand hitter up there. She was thinking maybe Lance Nix would give her another shot. Left her family behind to get in a more strategic place to get a foul ball. Didn't get one. Been a tough night.
And you saw the reason why she was going so hard after the ball a little while ago by the look in that little girl's eyes when her daddy handed her the ball. She was trying to do that for her son. He's a lot older, but would have been just as exciting. 0-2 to Giannis. Look at that face.
That's great.
That is great stuff. Bless her heart. You got it for me, Dad. When you know inside his heart is just pounding away. You get that moment with your little girl, doesn't get any better than that. Tapper over the mound, and that's the old ball game. A rough one tonight, Chris, for the Redlegs. They fall by a final count of 12-0.
Well, they got off to a bad start with 3 runs in the first inning.